Everybody. Um, so I made a bunch of fire pit benches out of a log that was out by our fire pit when we moved into this house a few years ago. So over a year ago, I made this and cut it into slabs with a chainsaw, flattened it with an electric planer, not particularly well, and there were a lot of voids in it because it had quite a bit of rot. And so I filled those with epoxy and then covered it in polyurethane and set it out by the fire pit. And it hasn't weathered particularly well for a few different reasons. Number one, all of the UV exposure. So the poly and the epoxy are cracking. But then also, I didn't know how dry the log was, but not dry enough. So you can see the sap that's coming up through the wood there, and then it's even more prevalent on the bottom side that I didn't finish. All right, and lean that back there. So you can see the sap that's been dripping down. So, and again, this is just really rough. Didn't do anything to finish this. I didn't do a great job on my mortise and tenons here, and ended up coming in after the fact and stuffing this full of wood chips and sawdust and glue. Try and make those more stable. A lot of things that I would do differently if I were making this today. But I'm not going to remake it, but I am going to modify it. So what I want to do today, I have time to do this one, plus there's 3 others that are still out by the fire pit. I want to flatten this with the router sled. Well, I'll use the router on the router sled, not just using the sled itself. And then I've got a homemade kiln that I want to dry it in, make sure that it won't be leaking sap going forward. And I'm not going to be able to get that done tonight, but I'm hoping to flatten these so then I can dry them and then put a penetrating oil on them. And then that penetrating oil I'll have to reapply every year, but at least I won't have to redo everything. I'll just be reapplying the oil. So that's my plan. See how well I can do it. Oh, hey, got some people in chat. Billy, good to see you, man. Way out of focus. Oh, is it any better now? Hey, Elegant, good to see you, man. Awesome bassinet, by the way. Looks pretty sweet. And let's see, we got Raja and sweet. Oh, Pine and Oak. Yeah, the bassinet was awesome. So am I still out of focus, or is it better now? What do you guys think? All right. Seems fine from here, but maybe it was just when I was zooming in. Is that what was out of focus? Maybe. You want another look at the close-up? So let me see if I can give you a better look at the, you can see the sap right there. Oh, Elegant. Thanks, dude. That's awesome. Elegant, passing out memberships like they're going out of style. Thanks, dude. And yeah, so that's the sap coming up through the bench. So yeah, I just want to kind of start off fresh here. But yeah, all of a sudden we've got tons of members. Elegant is my very first member, and gave him a shout out a little bit earlier. Dude, you're awesome. Appreciate it. And hope everyone that just got gifted those memberships enjoys it. Sweet. All right, so my first step for getting these flattened, my plan was similar to what I've done in the past to flatten things, is basically just set up these sawhorses on either side, and then run my router sled over the top. I'll probably put little strips of plywood here so that I've got a little bit smoother surface to work with. But as you might be able to discern, that's a little for my plunge router to reach. So I'm going to need to raise up the workpiece. So I was thinking to just get some plywood and the material, not the person, and put some legs on the plywood, bring it up. Just a real simple jig stand thing. And let's see how much distance I need to come up here. So just about 15 inches between the surface there and the bottom of my router sled. So let's find some plywood that'll work. Come over here to the storage cart, and let's see, this would be long enough and wide enough. Let's see if there's anything else that I prefer to cut up. That guy, I actually picked this up at a yard sale along with those sawhorses over there. The guy so basically gave it to me. He was moving and didn't know what else to do with it. So I think those are going to be too short. I don't think I'll try using this guy right here. Most of this is just material that I've reclaimed from shipping materials or who knows what. So let me see if this is going to be tall enough. It's definitely wide enough. And yep, that's plenty long enough, or wide and long enough. So I need to get the table saw out and cut that down. Clear some room for everything here. All right. Let's see, I'll use my router table as outfeed support. But I need to lower the router on the router table before I do that. I'll just take it out actually. There we go. Take it down. All right. And table saw. Move the crosscut sled. And this thing out. Probably not going to use that. All right, and make this just go a little bit wider than it needs to. Actually, that seems not nearly wide enough because I'm looking at the wrong measurement. That's why. There we go. All right. And does this give you any kind of view? You're able to see what I'm even doing? And back you out over here. And I can move this over a little bit. Maybe I can move it over a little bit. And need to put the brakes on. So that it's not moving around on me. And go, and I need to plug it in. And I need some protection for my eyes and ears. Okay, catch up on here. My membership, starter membership boost. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. All right. Got LJ, Johnny, plywood, iron oak. All right. See you later, dude. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. All right. Here we go. Let's cut this thing down. After I raise it up. All right, that should be enough. All right, throw that guy back on the stack and just verify that this is going to be big enough, and it will. And I'm going to put some legs on him, and I don't want to do much framing or anything, so I'm just going to mark where the legs are down below, and then put in some supports right where those legs are, some 2x4s or 2x3s or something, so that I don't have to do much more to it. So right about there. And all right. And all right, this is 5/8 inch thick, and I needed 15 inches, or up to 15 inches. And actually, you know what? I'm I'm going to make some little rails for the edge of my sawhorses, because this is not as smooth as I want it to be. And then obviously I've got these big dips here. So I'll just cut some plywood to some plywood strips to do that right there. And if only I could find some plywood that would work for that. This looks like it's not going to be long enough for 2 of them. About 5 inches short. So, do I not worry about it and just go as is, or actually cut more stuff up? And the answer, as usual, is to cut more stuff up. So let's see. Okay, that. Let's see here. Hey, Mike. Thanks for joining us, man. And Sharky, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Let's pick out some more plywood here. And we need something that's at least 26 inches, I think it was. Let me double check that. $27. All right. So 24, close. What this? Looks like it's probably enough this way. Yeah, it is. Is it smooth enough? Yeah, it's smooth enough for what I need to do. All right. So, come back over here. And how much width do I need? Oh, 1.5 inches. Should be plenty. So I think I might want this time. Lock that in. And I'm gonna scoot the outfeed over this way. Scoot the camera in a little bit. Hopefully that gives you a decent view without obstructing anything for me. All right. Okay. So that should work. So now we've got our 2 strips that we can just screw down onto the sawhorses. And let's just do that real quick. And all right. So right about there. And okay. And I think I've got those recessed enough, countersunk enough that they're not going to bite into the sled as I roll it along. Perfect. And there we go. Now on the other side. All right. So that's nice and secure, nice and secure. So now I just need to build this guy up with some 2x4 or something. So let's see. Let me just check in on chat real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything important. Oh, hey, got lots of people here. All right, table. Thanks, Billy. All right, Cash App. You know, I don't think I have Cash App, Truckee. Got membership if you want to do that. or super chats, I think. Mike, got the lawn mowed. That's great. Wait until Monday to mow, Billy. You're doing the trim, yeah. Okay. Doing all, love doing all this type of work. Out workspace looks the same. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Caleb. And Aiton, am I saying your name right, Aiton? Thanks for joining us. My honey's handmade. Awesome. Thanks for being here. Does this one have the sawdust catcher? Depends on what you mean by this one. Are you talking about the table saw? If so, then it's got a dust port right back here. And I have that dust port connected to a cyclone separator. And then the cyclone separator is connected to a small shop vac. So that way I don't have a ton of sawdust to clean up. I've got a little bit, but not nearly as much as it would be. There's actually more, I think, in the front. But yeah. So, you know, there's still some sawdust, but not too terrible. All right, let's see what other questions, comments need to do here. Let's see. Keep hydrated, yeah. Okay. When your knees hurt, Mike? Yeah, that can happen. Oh, LJ, you hurt your thumb? That sucks. Is that while turning or something else? CNG, thanks for being here, man. Big Mex, thanks for joining us. I have to say Big Mex loudly because he wrote Pilato in caps. So, all right. All right. Oh, yeah, I like CNG's suggestion. Hit the like button, double tap the screen, subscribe, all the good stuff, right? Okay. So I've got those. So now I need some legs for my plywood stand so I can put the bench on top of the stand to then level everything. So let me see what I've got in the way of potential legs. And I'm going to move the crosscut sled out of the way for a minute. Actually, I should probably just put the crosscut sled on the table saw because that's probably how I'm going to cut whatever I'm going to cut. Although maybe I should use the miter saw. Well, it'll depend on the length of the vertical supports that I'm going to use. So, all right, there we go. And probably have to raise up that blade a little bit since now the crosscut sled is that same height. Oh, actually, you know what? I've got a bunch of scrap over here that might already be the lengths that I need. So, and stuff that's fallen down. So, a little too short. Actually, I need more height now because of this little plywood strip that I put on. So it should be an extra 5/8-ish, depending on how thick that plywood is. So I need the supports to be about 14.5, just under 14.5. 14.5 puts it at or above the level of this. So if I go 14.25, that should work. Which means let me take a look at what I've actually got here, because I don't want to have to cut stuff more than necessary. Don't know that anything else in there is going to be longer than that. Let's see how long this one is. I'm just using the tape that's right here to determine. So that's 13.5. So neither of those are quite tall enough. Although with the plunge router, I can probably get it down low enough to where that would work. But let me see what else I've got in the scrap bin before. Let's see, looks like it's mostly smaller stuff over here. And this is all, yeah, none of that's going to work. Okay, so I guess I'll have to cut new stuff. But you know what, I'm going to just go with this height. So that is 13.5 basically. And take the stop off for the moment. And I'm just going to square those off, so it'll end up being a little bit smaller than that. And then I'll use that to measure what else I'm going to cut. So you might have seen a fair amount of sawdust flying off that way on both of those cuts. When it doesn't have something to go through, when it has something to go all the way through like that, then the sawdust tends to go a lot more down and then get captured by the vacuum. Otherwise, if there's nothing on this side, the sawdust will just fly off to the side. And same on the other side, the sawdust goes to the other side. So not as good a dust collection if you're not cutting something down the middle, but still better than not having any dust collection set up at all. All right, so got a couple of these, and so those are going to be too long to use my measurement here. So let's just, I'm going to use I'm going to get that squared off first. And then I think I'll just do rough cuts that are really close so that then I can bring in my stop block and make sure that they're all exact. So use this guy. Square him off first. And then I will reintroduce my stop block. I just use a match fit system with a dovetail groove cut, so that way I don't have to use T-track and all that stuff. All right. Let's see. All right, and then I'm just gonna lock that down. And I'll run him. I didn't put nearly as much extra on there as I thought I had. That's pretty close to right where it needed to be. So hopefully it works. But I'm gonna take the brakes off here and press that a bit and move this guy out of the way for now. Hopefully we don't need him anymore for now. All right. Let's see if is that good positioning, everybody? Let me know in the chat if you can see everything okay, or I need to do things a little differently. Let me take off my PPE for a moment as I check in on the chat. And I was thinking to try to record using a couple different cameras, but when I went to use the other cameras, I realized that they weren't plugged in. So the batteries were dead. So let me catch up here. What am I missing? What am I missing? All right, so we've got hey, William's here. Thanks for joining us, William. Norm is here. Last Breath, thanks for joining us. Saw your gift in membership. Let me guess, it was Dan. You are correct, Last Breath. And see. Last Breath, finally got a chance to sit down for a few minutes. Pine cones in the oven, another epoxy project. Cool. Do you have to bake the cones first? Is that just trying to get the moisture out? All right. Is your thumb feeling the biggest paper cut? Oh, no fun. And good content. Thanks, Badredine 92. So I didn't hurt. Okay, awesome. All right. So let me move on to our next step. I'll move this stuff around. Give me access to the plywood here. And so I want to put those supports in here, here, and then where I marked over there. So let me get my daughter calling to me. What's up, sweetie? Time for scriptures and prayer. Okay. So I'm going to take a brief pause. I will be back shortly after we have family prayer with the family, and I will be back to put those legs on the plywood. I am trying to fix the bench. The bench has many problems. I will fix them momentarily. But for the moment, I'm going to turn off the volume or the audio and go up and have a family prayer. right, and I'm back on my way to the shop. We had a wonderful scripture and prayer time with my wife and daughters. And so now I am nearly back. Need to slip my shoes back on, make my way around the corner, and here I am. All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Let me check in on the chat here. Okay. And so sit down, yep. Yay. Moisture out. Okay, yeah, gets the moisture out of the cones. Also melts off the sap. Okay, nice. Better adhesion. Okay, intermission. Yeah, head to the lobby for a snack. Yep. Bottle of water does sound good. Yeah. Refilled your water. Sweet. Don't sound. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Let me know if you can hear me. I'll presume that you can, and just move on with getting things set up here. So let me get my legs. All right, let me think about how I want to do this. I'm thinking put them in like that. And so let me just measure 3.5 inches so that I know how far in it's going to be. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, and 3.5. And then I'm going to use longer screws than I did for the other thing. So let's see what I've got here. You know what, I'm going to use some much longer stuff. There we go. Go with the 3-inch, and these are the T25s, I think. Let me see if I've got the T25 bit on here. I think so. So I just like to put some epoxy, some magnets on the bottom of my impact driver there. So then I just have my most common bits that I'll just store there. So, all right, so that's ready, but I'm going to drill through there first with a different bit. Use this guy. All right, and make sure I'm not drilling the bench. Okay, and come over here. And on the other side, did I mention that one of the other problems with this bench is that the legs are not even? So that's another problem. All right. So let me see if those are, no, those are not wide enough. So maybe I needed to use this guy and just This the bigger one? Never remember which one is bigger, unless I have them all the way out. So these are just countersinking bits. So it'll drill and countersink all in one step. But I think this one is actually smaller than that one. So, and did I have this one all the way out? Yep. So I'm just gonna flip it over and go in from the other side. I won't go as deep, but I just want to clear it out so that the screws will go all the way through and catch on the 2x4 instead of on the plywood. Let's see if that's going to work. Like I still need a little bit wider. So I'll just use a different drill bit. And that should be enough. So I'll just flip them back around and drill them out with this guy. All right. And that should be, yeah, so now they go all the way through without sticking. And I think they're going to be shorter than that. So I think these are supposed to be self-drilling. They are. So will it work if I just self-drill them? Let me see if I can just set this up. And see if this will work. If it doesn't, you can all laugh. If it does, maybe I'll laugh. Okay. Only lost one of the supports so far. So I'm thinking I should probably just pre-drill these two. So let me get the other bit on there. And okay, that seemed to work okay. That worked, not nearly as okay though. Okay. Move this guy over there. After I get one screw in on all four legs, then I'll do the other screw on each of them. Oh, and then a lot better than the last one. Wonder why this one. You know what? I probably was hitting a knot or something over here. That's probably why it was so much angrier, so much more angry. I'm always correcting my daughter's grammar, so I better give a good example when I'm broadcasting live. Oh, wrong tool. That didn't go where I wanted it to. All right, I'm going to apply some pressure here so that it feels in the right place, and then hopefully can match that up in the right place. That just wants to spin. Okay, got it in there, but not without a lot of noise. My wife she loves the impact driver so much. All right, well, it's in there, even if it's super loud. And okay. Try drilling those out a little bit better, at least to the extent that that bit will go. All right. So I set the drill in the sap. Okay. And I'm going to back this guy out. And drill better. All right. There we go. Now we've got a stand. And see, this is kind of heavy, how well it works here. Okay. Put that guy like that. We'll put a little there. Is that going to be too much for the router bit? Too much distance. Let's find out. Okay. So let me get the router bit out. I'm using a big old surfacing bit. Some carbide blade thingies on it. And then I'm using a Bosch 1615 EVS as the router. It's a plunge router. They don't make this anymore. I got this used from this guy that had like a cabinet shop. So anyway, let me if I can get this in. All right. Let's see if I'm not sure if I've got a wrench that's exactly the right size for that or not. So tighten by hand at first until it won't let me tighten by hand anymore. All right. They tell me not to over tighten, and I never know how much tightening that is, but hopefully that will work. So let's see if this is going to give me enough. Yeah. All right. All right. So that gets me down. All right. So hopefully I can get the whole thing as is. If not, I might be able to just put some more something underneath. But I'm going to need to shim this up. Otherwise, that's going to be moving around a lot. And I think I saw some shims in here when I was looking for stuff earlier. Maybe something that I can use to shim. But I think I've got some better shims over here. There we go. All right, that's relatively stable. And I need to get some power. I've got plenty of room. And I need to get some PP&E, or just PPE, I guess. All right, I'm going to scoot this over over. Actually, I'm going to leave that where it is so that I've got those legs pretty much where the 2x4s are. And I'm going to scoot this guy over so that I can get all the way to the edge over here. There we go. And all right. That should work. All right, so let's see my highest point right there. I'm going to just set up the plunge here. And let me check on the chat before I get my PPE on. And all right. Okay. All right. You caught Pilato on a live? Why, yes. Yes, you did, Julie. Here I am. Thanks for joining us all the way from the UK. And you found a knot? Yeah, probably. Shalom, shalom. Hello, Old Path. Good to see you, man. Mike is making stuff. Good to see you. Taking a pill, laying down. What, am I making you feel that bad already, Mike? Just barely started, man. All right. And all right, see you, Mike. And all right, yeah, hope you feel better. And hey, Kevin, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling, Kevin? Everything resolving itself after your procedure the other day? Hope you're feeling well. And with that, I'm gonna get the PPE on and start leveling this thing. All right. All right, I'm gonna go from this side to from my left to my right, and then I'll just come back on that same pass and then move it forward. I found that tends to work the best. So here we go. I wonder how much more I have that's even that high. I think probably not until I get over in this other corner, because it's got a fair amount of twist to it. So I'm actually going to move this all down, but I'm not just going over spaces that aren't getting any action. All right, here we go. All right, and you just see if that's I think might be getting some you can see just that barely that corner was the only thing that it leveled so far. So See, I'm thinking that this corner over here, yeah, it's hitting there. So let's come over here. And that actually looks like it's going to take off more than I want. So let's just go right there for now. Oh, see what happens when the extension cord gets tied up with the camera? And all right. Guess that didn't take off as much as I was fearing. So all right, so I think my deal is rocking here, which is making it not as flat as I want it to be. So let me think about how I can make that not happen. Any ideas? So I'm, digging in right there. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's just, wonder if there's some way I can secure it down so that it doesn't rock as much. Yeah, I didn't get caught up in the router. Yeah. Run a 2x4 under to secure this off. Oh, you know what? I was thinking before. I've got a couple of hooks down here on the sawhorses. So I might be able to secure those guys in there. So basically there's those little hooks. They won't fit a 2x4, but they'll fit whatever it is that these are, 1x4s or whatever. And so let me see if that'll do anything. So hopefully that keeps them in place. So, and fasten them together. Yeah, that's a good idea. So I could just put some screws in to put some screws in there. I think I'm going to cut this one though, so that he's not so long and in the way. So I'm just going to use the crosscut sled real quick here. And need to plug this guy back in. So take off that segment there, and hopefully that's long enough. Just get the other one here to compare length. Hey, that's almost exactly where it needs to be to equal the other one. So set that in there and move you guys back over here. And put that guy in there. Oh, I think I remember why I didn't want to do this before. It's because as I move this guy, I'll have to, well, I can just lift him over rather than disconnecting them and, to move them. I'll just have to lift this guy up to move him over so I can get the full length of the bench. But, all right. So then just get my Helio here. Unpack that down. All right, that should work. And switch out my bits again. Back to the Phillips head. There we go. And all right, let's see how that does now. Seems like that works. Thank you. All right, thanks for the ideas, guys. All right, let us continue. And check in on Chad again here. Yeah, secure it. Welcome to Epoxy Junkies Anonymous, Josh. Sweet. Put some weights on the horses. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, pass them together, like Pine said. Yep. My cones are roasting quite nicely. Smells like 100 of those pine. Well, I hope you like the smell of pine, man. All right, let's get going here. All right, I'm going to take it down to the next couple of steps. There we go. I think I've got too much wobble in the stand. Oh, you know what? I think my must have bumped my shim down here. All right, let's see. Okay, let's try that again. Huh. Probably helps if I lower it, right? And I'm still getting a fair amount of variance there. Might not be as visible from that other angle, but from over here, seems quite obvious. So, I mean, I've got a little bit of side to side, but it doesn't really feel like it's going any further up or down when I wobble it. I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? My plunge is not staying plunged. That's why. You know what? I remember now that I had this problem the last time I used this plunge router. Maybe there's a reason that I got it for really cheap. with as much dust as that is kicking up, I'm actually going to grab a mask because I've got epoxy and everything else in there in addition to the just regular sawdust that I would prefer not to inhale. So let me get that set up real quick. So I scoot around in the shop here. All right, let me need to remove my ear protection to put on my breathing protection. Hopefully I can put this on properly without causing too much trouble. Nope. Okay. I got this at Harbor Freight for a lot less than what it would have cost somewhere else, but maybe there's a reason. All right. I think it might be easier to put on without my hat on. All right, can you guys still hear me? I'm not sure if I can hear me. But let's see if this will work. All right. Well, I think there we go. Trying to find ways to put my hat on, and I think I got it. So, all right, here we go. So we'll go another couple steps down. That might be a little deeper than I should have gone on that cut. Took it a couple of steps rather than just a single step on the little plunge router. So I got this little gauge here. So take it, should probably do just one step at a time. But let's see if that's too much for the next one here. Yeah, I feel like I'm taxing it a little too much, so I'm going to back it off, take it up a step, and I'm going to continue. Give you a little bit different view here. See how that does. So I think what I want to try to do is cut a little piece of plywood or something to stick right here on the underside, so that it's my rail or my so my whatever isn't my sled isn't going back and forth all the time. So if I just have something that'll ride up against here, then I'll have a lot less movement back and forth. So let me measure that. Right, about 4 1/8. So probably just do 4 1/16. So I've got less to worry about there. And then 6 1/4. So do I want to do plywood or, yeah, because that'll make it a lot easier to actually find something that'll work. 4 1/16 by 6 1/4. And it's not thick enough or wide enough. Let's see. I've got so much scrap here. Surely something would work. There we go. That should work. Let's see. That is almost exactly the right size there. So then I just need 4 1/16. And actually, you know what? I should square that just in case this side isn't perfectly flat. Or 4 1/16. Let's try that. Okay, that's got a little bit of give to it. So just, it actually has a little bit of adhesive from when it was a shipping container, or when it was part of a shipping container. So let me find something to drill that with. And all right. There we go. Helps if I put the bit in the drill. All right. Actually, let me back that out a little bit. And I'm going to push that against here. Go. And like my battery is almost dead. Well, dead. So we'll charge that guy. And in the meantime, drive this screw in. All right. That should work a lot better, I think. And check in on chat. Let's see. All right. Hey, Raja. Thanks for joining in. Okay. Okay. I think I'm back to the beginning of the chat there, or the beginning of what I've missed. Hey, Victor, watching from Ukraine. Thanks for joining us, man. Okay. I know. Got it, bro. Turn the machine. So you get a lathe. You can be a cool kid. I'm a cool kid. I just don't use my lathe. Norma, thanks for joining us. Oh, we're not the cool kids. We're the broke kids. Okay. Well, you don't have to be broke though. Make sure that the lathe you get only costs you $10. All right. And let's see. Not one bad. Only 16 subs from 1,000. That's amazing. Everybody subscribe, buddy. All right. Little Billy, Raja, Spinning Pro. Yeah, no kidding. Raja knows what's up with the freaking lathe, man. We're spinning some sawdust. Yep. Nice one, Pilato. Thanks, Julie. Won't be bad till you hit those knots. Gonna have to slow way down on those. Yeah, probably true. Hey, Feisty. This is a bench for the fire pit. I already made it, and now I'm removing the finish, or the top, flattening it out because there were a lot of problems with it. So I'm just trying to fix it. So it'll still be a bench for the fire pit. It'll just hopefully be a lot better bench for the fire pit once I'm done with it. And yeah, that's me. Fine, I'm Roy. And let's see, just know Miss Pilato. Yep. Kingpin. Yep. Great movie. Cistern, yeah. Yep. Appreciate it, Pine. Truly great people. Well, that's a little bit overstated. Truly great people. That's, come on. Let's keep it in perspective here. Now, your sister is truly great people. I'm just here for the ride. All right, gotta go. All right, Dicey. Did 2 narrow boards long enough to fit inside the rail, sandwich the rail. I'm not sure if I just did what you're saying or something else, Kevin. But does this match up with what you were thinking? Or maybe I should have checked this before doing that, but hopefully that works. We'll just C-clamp them. So painter's tape on both surfaces with CA and activator, easily removed. Okay, good to know. All right, well, let me, I'm going to start back over on this side so that I only have to move this guy once. So I'll just flatten everything on this half and then reposition everything and then get that half. So let's see if you can see what I'm talking about here. All right. All right. I'll go down another step, like I did on this first pass here. Oh, apparently I didn't lock that in. There we go. Hey, that was dangerous. Just trying to show you, I've been stuck with something there. And in doing so, I nearly tumbled the router onto myself. Got to be careful with that extra cord. It slipped a little bit that time, so I didn't go the full depth. Looks like it must have slipped before that because it wasn't going to maximum depth before either. So that one was pretty tough to get through because it was cutting all the way across instead of, just a half swath. All right, I'm getting more movement here, so I'm going to put some more screws in these guys, and hopefully they don't move around as much. Let me find, oh, there's a battery. And yeah, that should be good. That's go. That should be better. Check in on our chat here. Hey, Robert G, thanks for joining us. Matthew, thanks for being here. And okay, just like that, we've got a surfacing jig, yeah, pretty much. Need to build one for a walnut slab or a couple walnut slabs. Well, you could do something like this, or probably you could think of something better. Find milk headed to bed already, man. And let's see, William, what patience? Worked with my 22 years. With my dad for 22 years in his shop. Cool. Let's see. Missed Ryan and Mike's live stream today. Oh, didn't know they had one. Maybe I did. Maybe I was on it. Let's see, getting requests for river table projects. You can invest in a good router sled setup. Yeah, that could make sense. Large ass 40-inch planer. Never take a layer off with lacquer on it to save the blades. Yeah. Finished cutting hay. Taking care of animals. Getting back to farming. Okay. Enough rain. Excellent. Running glue ups through the planer. Blades are pretty cheap, so it's worth the use. Can you show the router bit? Sure. It's a big surfacing bit. So it'll cut a fair amount. Right. And let's bring you back over here. Okay. It's not with replaceable carbide, the rod of it. Yeah, it does have replaceable carbide tips on it. So you can kind of see the screws right there. I don't really want to touch it because it's pretty hot. Or at least I'm assuming it's pretty hot. But there are three different blades, and they've got 4 sides to them. So when one side gets dull, I can switch to another side. And when all 4 sides are dull, I can sharpen them and start using them again. So that's how it works. All right, so I'm gonna take another step down here. Hopefully that's not too much. And I don't know if you can see this, but there's these voids that are becoming more apparent, these cracks and everything, which is why I filled it with epoxy in the first place, to fill all that in, but didn't really do how I wanted it to, so having to start over basically. Well, not start over, but bumped my mask and it came undone a little bit. Had to reposition there. All right. Feeling a little furry. So that's pretty flat. We've got some voids there, and one in there, and these cracks there. I have to figure out something to do there. But I think it's time to move my flattening jig over, or rather around. I just need to move it so that I can get this half. So wish me luck. And I'm gonna unplug the router as I move everything around here. Okay. And move the sled. And all right. Now what I'm thinking I should have done is somehow lock in this shim so that after I move things, it'll still be in the same spot. But, oh well. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, I think I am going to have to take this apart. Or maybe not. Here we go. All right. And get this shimmed back up. All right, hopefully that works. And position that guy and get the router back on. All right. Okay, let me check on the chat. But before I do, I'm going to need to go off the screen. Get the compressor going here. And Okay, I'll come back and see where we're at. Okay. 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 Hey, Larry. Good quality or poor Chinese warehouse quality? Oh, the bit. The bit is from CMT. So hopefully it's decent. Why no vacuum? Because it's not going to vacuum up anyway. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's not oak. I don't know what type of wood this is. The log that I cut this slab from was in our yard by the fire pit when we moved into the house. So I cut it up into slabs and made fire pit benches out of it. But I don't know what type of wood it is. I don't think it's pine. I don't think it's oak. It might be birch because I think there was a birch tree that they cut up on the property. So it might be birch, but I don't know. I'm not even sure based on the appearance on how to tell. And Babak, hello. Thanks for joining us, man. All right. And I think we're caught up on chat. So I will get back to the router. Let's see if see how good of a view I can get for you here. Let's try that. That should give you a pretty good view. All right, so that ended up yeah, 3 steps to the 3rd level up. So remind me not to go more than, oh, you know what? That is loose. That is not the right setting. So I thought it was odd that, all right, so let's figure out, I just reset this. There, and then lock in my depth gauge there. All right. So now the lowest setting is pretty much flat with that. So let's see where to start on this one. Okay. And this is rocking a bit, so I don't think I have it shimmed quite well enough. It might be that I need to shim another leg. Or maybe I just over shimmed that leg. That seems like it should work. And if you look closely, you might be able to tell, whoa, If I can get the camera swung around here. Might be able to see the layer of epoxy. I put polyurethane on the top, but underneath that was epoxy. So I think this is the epoxy layer that we're manifesting right there. And then obviously down to bare wood there. All right, drop it down a level. Drop it down another level. Go down another level here. right, getting close. I think we just have one more pass to match up with the other half here. But this obviously is a little bit lower, and I'm not sure that I'm going to worry about flattening it all the way down to there. I can just sand that off and just kind of have a little bit of a low spot on the bench, and it's not going to matter that much. Just need to get that finish off so that we can get it dried and everything properly. So this is not a messy process at all. Let's see if I can catch up on chat before our last pass here. What I hope is the last pass anyway. Let's see here. All right. It's moving up. Was this moving up during the passes? Because that has happened before. So okay, that would look really cool if you torch it really hard and put epoxy on it again. Yeah, it looked really cool when I put the epoxy on it the first time. The problem being that it wasn't really ready for epoxy. So I'm thinking to dry it, and then I'm not sure what to do after that because I talked to some people at a hardwood vendor show locally, and they said the best thing to do for it is that since it's going to be out in the sun, next to the fire pit, that it's probably best to just put a penetrating oil, and then just reapply the penetrating oil each year. But it did look really cool with the epoxy until it got all weathered and cracked and stuff. When I first put the epoxy on, it looked awesome. But maybe I'll try and find the pictures from when I did that and post them on, put them as a post in my community page or whatever. But didn't think anyone was still live. Nobody is. Nobody is, Nicole. Nobody is live. So you were completely correct. No one is live. No one is live. So let's see. Seems like a looming fire hazard with all that dust. Yeah, I'm not planning to get the torch out though, so I think I'll probably be okay. But I'm not sure how I'm going to clean the glasses off with that. But my wife is going to love it when I come back into the house, if she lets me back into the house. All right. And yep, that's what we're looking. Yeah. This is a little crazy, but not that crazy. All right. So take it down to the lowest level, and I think that's still going to leave a fair amount of this intact. Doesn't make me happy, but I don't really want to continue leveling or continue surfacing it. I just kind of want to match up to that and call it good for now. And then maybe just take this off with sandpaper, rather than having to go another level deep on the whole thing. But let's see how much of this it actually removes, because it feels like there's a fair amount still left over here that won't get taken off. So, all right, let's see. Maybe it'd be easier for you guys to see if I move the camera here. Or maybe not. Okay, so this is a little bit lower over here than what that's left with there. So I'm going to put that there. See if that'll work. Not sure that that's, yeah, it doesn't really seem to be doing anything, so I don't think I actually got it any lower than it was. Sorry about that. You know what, this might be the lowest that I can go. Might be the lowest that my bit can reach. Yeah, I think I've got limitations. So if I want to go any lower, I've got to raise this up because my plunge router can't go any lower than its current setting. The other thing I can do is adjust the seating of my bit, but it's probably really hot right now and I don't want to be touching it. So I'm just going to call it good enough for now. So I'm going to check in on the chat and then probably start cleaning up. So in the meantime, I'm going to unplug the router and blow off the camera. Go off the laptop. And all right, let's see. Let's go live. 10-pound base. Would I rather see a tree grow or a knee grow? You know what? I would rather you not ask stuff like that in my chat. So let's see here. Let's do a little timeout for you. All right. Silicone cover for, yeah, I probably should. And 2 a.m. for Nicole. Also in Quebec, yeah. Michigan, Switzerland, for Rito. Thanks for joining us all the way from Switzerland. 4th of July was a lot of fun. I actually did a little bit of a live stream on my of the fireworks display for our municipality. I didn't shoot any. I just watched because I'm cheap. Let's see. I put a shower room in a wood shop. Good idea. Spend your 4th cleaning house, consoling your dogs. People are still letting them off. Yep. You're in the city. That's wood. Good, Walter. Wood is a product that we get from trees. And let's see, restart in January. Okay. I'd like to move to the countryside, find property in the UP. Okay. Not sure what the UP is, but I believe you. Valentine's in February, don't really know. Shoot fireworks. Yeah, I don't think that's much of a tradition for fireworks on Valentine's Day. Last buzz in the middle of nowhere, there's still fireworks every few minutes. And you just do it from target practice. Funny. Yeah, some use it as an excuse to be noisy. That kind of sucks. There we go. All right. And Upper Peninsula. Okay, cool. Yeah, Union Pacific. Buckless Deeper. Pine. Okay. Escanaba. I think, oh, hey, Pine's still here. What do you know? Only softy in the history of the buddies. Never to bag a buck. Okay. And wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah. I'd rather not be reading that on over the live broadcast. Oh well. Anyone else ever saw the movie? Which movie are we talking about? Is Pine and Oak quoting the movie? Is that the only softy? All right, so yeah, I was thinking that I didn't want to do this outside because of the epoxy, and now I'm thinking, wow, I really should have done this outside because this is such a huge mess. So all right, let's get to cleaning. And there we go. Time for the broom, I think, because all of this is going to be way too much for my cyclone separator to handle. All right, how do I get to the broom? There it is. This toolbox looks really good. How could that much sawdust come from there? All right. I'm going to get the trash can a little bit closer. Normally I like to use the sawdust as mulch, but not when the, actually, you know what? I think I should have a flashlight out here because, wow, it does feel nice out there though. So much hotter in here than it is out there. All right, let me remember where I put my flashlight. Do I have one out here? Doesn't look like it. But I could probably safely remove my hearing and eye protection. And there should be flashlights over here. There's a haze throughout the shop. I don't know if it's visible on camera, but as I look up, it's pretty obvious. All right, there we go. Huh. Especially with the flashlight on. Sawdust haze. All right. Let me go fetch that garbage can. Mm-hmm. Looking at the haze throughout the shop, I'm really glad I've got this breathing protection on. All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna open up the garage door and use the blower. Just try to blow all this filthy air out of here. Well, looks like that battery might be dead. Good. That looks way better already. Close the door. There we go. All right, that looks way better. So I'm going to call that mostly good enough for now. Except I think I'm going to use the blower on myself outside. See how well that really helped. All right. So I'm actually going to leave that open for a little bit longer, but everything air out as best I can. And Check on our happy chat and see the status of our bench. So we've got voids in here to fill, voids over here. I didn't level it down enough to take that off. And then the voids over here that I showed you before, cracks and everything. So let me see what you've been seeing on chat, and if you have any questions, go ahead and get those in now. Let's see. And okay. Oh, I accidentally did that. Oops. Oh well. All right. Well, I think that's fine. But all right. Escanaba in the Moonlight. Is that the movie you're talking about? All right. Buckingham Falls. Never heard of it. Your camp ritual. Have to learn the accent once you move up there. Stronger than Live by Me. Okay. Pen pal into the fist. I don't think I have actually seen Pen pal. Okay, Pickford area. North Shores. Your movie, different audio. Okay. Towards Superior. Cool. Ready for lots of snow. Hi, Lori. Thanks for joining us. We've got cold and snowy conditions in winter. Yeah. Don't mind the cold. I sweat when it's above 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Spent 7 years in Tennessee. No thanks. Understand. Went to Cracker Barrel in North Carolina. Almost hit himself laughing when he heard my southern drawl come out. Usually use a strainer to gather the fine dust. Mix it with glue to repair cracks in the wood. Yeah. I collect a lot of sawdust in my cyclone separator. So sometimes I'll just dip into that if I know that it's just sawdust and not other stuff. But yeah, I haven't really ever worried about fine dust strainer or anything. Each different kind of wood has its own container. That's impressive. I am not nearly so advanced. I think I do have a push broom somewhere. Little bit of a haze. Okay. Yeah, it's. I don't really see the haze anymore, thankfully. You say you like to use your sawdust for mulch, except for so yeah, when it's got epoxy in it. So I had epoxied this way back when, over a year ago, when I first made it, because it had all these voids and everything. I thought, epoxy would be a good way to fill those, and so I didn't really want to be putting epoxy laced mulch in the garden, so that's why. Yeah, I don't want to use it for mulch or walnut. It kills everything green. Yep. Hey, Bean Crazy Custom Creations. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I was hesitant. I was hesitant to remove my mask because of all the dust in the air. I don't see the haze as much now, but I think There we go. It's probably safe enough, but yeah, flashlight is still on. Yeah, forgot about that. Thanks. There we go. Awesome. All right. So looks like I'm caught up on chat, I think. So, whew. Yeah, I was expecting that to take less time. I've actually got 3 other benches that I made. Show them to you out here. Actually, let me get the let me get the flashlight again, so that you can actually see out there. All right, here we go. First, I'll show you the corn. So it's growing a little bit. And then we've got our garden boxes over here, so you can see some of the sawdust mulch that I've been putting on the green beans. Whoa. And then I've got, here's one of the other benches. This one is not suffering as much from the sap. I haven't really noticed any sap coming out of this one. Really, the only ones with sap coming out were the one that we just surfaced and this one. And I think the reason why those ones have had the sap issues and not the other 2 is because these 2 are the ones that were in the middle of the log. So I think these 2 were, on the exterior, and so they were probably a lot drier, and so just a lot less moisture and sap. These are the willow stumps that I surfaced a while ago a few weeks ago, actually, to serve as seeding out here. But yeah, so those are the other 3. This is now back to the first one I showed you out here. So let's see. Halo, it reminds you of the Home Improvement show. Love the intro of that show. Are you talking about Home Improvement with Tim Allen? I've heard that they're doing a new one. What you said about my strainer hack? Oh, what did I say about that? I was saying that I don't usually go to that extent. So I've got this cyclone separator that captures a lot of the sawdust and shavings and whatever. So if I need any sawdust to mix with glue, usually I can just pull it from the cyclone separator. But otherwise, don't usually have a bunch of sawdust on hand. So I was just saying that your system sounds a lot more in depth and way more organized than what I've got going on. So let's see. Working on more content. Oh, cool. So not at 100 subs yet. So you don't have to have 100 subs to go live if you're wanting to go live. I think it's just 50 that's required, Nicole. So I don't know if that's what you were talking about with your sub level or not, but you can go live with just 50. So if you're wanting to make content while you make stuff, you could do it live like this. Except you'd probably do it a lot better than I do it. So working on more. What kind of content are you thinking to make? Just a milestone you're looking forward to? Cool. How many subscribers are you at now? How far are you away from 100? I'm pretty sure I'm already subscribed. So let me double check just to be sure. Yep, subscribed. So, oh, I guess I could have looked to see how many you had. 87. Okay. I guess I can just go right back there and see 92 subscribers. Getting close. Getting close. You know, what I found is that actually doing the lives is the fastest way to get more subscribers. So if you're doing something even mildly interesting, then, you know, more subscribers are likely to come. So I'm not sure how many I added on this live, but I'm hoping a lot. I think I was 30 some short of 1,000 before I started this. So hopefully I'm up over 1,000 now, but I don't know. I'm anxious to see what that number is. But because the 1,000 obviously is the big milestone for YouTube, where they will start paying you ad revenue. So I'm like, hey, that'd be kind of cool to not have to worry about hitting that milestone anymore. So yeah, Matthew, you subscribed to her, awesome. So Beating Crazy, awesome. Just subscribe to her as well. See, we're gonna get you there. We're gonna get you there, Nicole. Just you know, hang on tight and get some you know, maybe do a few lives here and there. All of a sudden, you'll be at 1,000. So let's see. Driveway in the city is your workspace. Don't have a shop yet. The mercy of the weather. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you probably have noise ordinances and everything you have to deal with. So and light issues as well as the weather. So yeah, you probably can't do very early because of the noise ordinances, and can't really do it midday because it's too hot. So do you have like a canopy or anything like that, so you could at least be shaded while you're working in the driveway? And then that could also, well, it probably wouldn't work that great for inclement weather when it's like rainy or something, because if you've got electric tools, you wouldn't want to have to run power through the rain. But if it's battery operated and under the canopy, then that could work. So anyway, some potential ideas there for you. And flashlight. Oh, do you not like it when I shine you with the flashlight? Is that the deal? You'd rather not have the flashlight in your face? See, whoa, see, now I've got the flashlight results in my eyes. That stinks. Yeah, yeah. I know it's nice to be able to just come out to the shop and work. My big impediment to being able to just do stuff when I want is my family. So when I'm really noisy, they don't particularly care for it. So especially if they're trying to sleep. So we tend to be somewhat late night folks, and so thus me being noisy till wow, nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. All right. So you know, a lot of times before noon, it's quiet time here at our house. So so I tend to have much more late night sessions than early morning sessions. Although some of my late night sessions could be considered early morning sessions by some people's standard. So let's see. You'd rather not be blinded. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've heard that can be a lot of fun. But let's see. Your weather's been pretty hot here. Hey, Being Crazy, where are you at? I don't remember. Maybe you said already. Scott, you're at 2 a.m. Where are you at, Scott? You must be Central Time Zone, or are you up in the Great North? And let's see. Yeah, you're in Quebec. And am I saying that right? Quebec or Quebec? What is it? Is it with the w or without the w, qu or k? I think I've heard it both ways, but I've tried learning some French. I think I told you this before, but I'm out of practice, and I didn't really get that good in the first place. So Wichita, okay. I've heard of Wichita. Never been to Kansas though. So let's see, 3 a.m. in Quebec. So sweet. So you are also a late nighter. I have often seen you on my lives late into the night, Matthew. So, which I appreciate. Thanks for joining me. Let's see. So, I don't know how many of you would have been on the live that I did yesterday, or maybe I think it was yesterday. But I just made this little box for my French cleat wall. So it's got a bunch of these little acid shop brushes from Harbor Freight. So just making a box to be able to store those in. And I'll take them out of the packages. But I just need to get one of these little backing wheels here. So I just got a whole bunch of these a while ago. So it's just the other side of the French cleat holder. So basically I just took like 2x6s and from up there that I got for free from someone getting rid of a deck, and just cut them down into 1/2-inch segments, and then took off the 45 right there, and then took off a 45 on the other side here. So there's the French cleat. So then whenever I make something, I can just cut off a little segment, attach to the back of that, and then that'll hold it on. So anyway, I'll just leave this down so that I remember to finish this box. I was pretty pleased actually with how this turned out, because let me show you the evolution of my miters here. So this was the first mitered, well, actually, no, this wasn't mitered. It was, and you can kind of see what I mean. So just have the French cleat connected on the back there. So and I just put a magnum on there for the pencil sharpener. But I tried doing rabbits, and it did not turn out very clean. But yeah, not very exact at all. You can see there. When I made this, though, I realized that the table saw that I had at the time, which is the one before this table saw, but it's the very similar model to this one. It's the DeWalt prior version to this one. I can't remember what the model number was, but I think it's the one just before this. But I got it used, and the fence had a gouge in it. And actually, this fence has a gouge in it too. But it became very apparent to me while doing this. I was like, oh, that, did not cut smoothly. And when it's something this small, minute issues are very visible. So I'm like, okay, maybe I should do something about that. So I did. So my next round of boxes, I did the mitered edge, and I ended up not getting the miter cut all the way. So it ended up having these open miters. So not the cleanest there. So compared to those, and then this one's similar to that, made those at the same time. So compared to those, this one looks great. So then here's from the top view. And the bottom isn't quite as nice, in large part because I tried doing the miter on the router table at first, and it dug in here, but I decided to still use the piece and just put it on the bottom. So, not the greatest there, but otherwise, there's a little bit of imperfection there and there, but otherwise I'm overall pretty pleased with it. So, let's see. Yeah, thanks, Edward. That's very observant of you. I do really enjoy handling wood. There, I said it. Okay. And Nicole, need a nap. Okay. Dogs need to be fed and everything. And then, oh, hey, lady, how's it going? Glad to catch you. Hey, Pine and Oak, you're still around? Oh, man. Yeah, he doesn't go to sleep, apparently. I often don't go to sleep that much either. So, yeah, it's 1 a.m. here. That's what she said. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Never go to sleep. And you know what? Sleep is so overrated. Why even bother? Actually, I watched a TED Talk. I think the title was "Sleep is My Superpower," and like, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. So I made a concerted effort to try and get more sleep, better sleep, and I found it actually really helpful. But as of late, I haven't felt like I've needed nearly as much sleep as I did at that time. So, let's see. I think I got that connected okay. So, you can sleep when you're dead. Yeah, I think the TED Talk actually referenced that quotation. You can sleep when you're dead, and I think good sleep probably helps us to live a lot better, so that maybe we don't die quite as quickly, and that while we're here, we have much better experience. So, do you need to heal your body? Yeah. Sounds like something a woman might say. Take care of yourself. Go to the doctor. So, let's see. All right. What else do we need to talk about before I go? Anyone else have anything you want to say before I sign off for the night? If so, hop into the chat. Let me know where you're watching from if you haven't already. The Army drummed it into you. That's what the Army drummed. Yeah. So the Army was big on sleep. Huh. I wouldn't have thought that, but they probably want well-rested soldiers, right? Not don't want people nodding off when they're just about to invade or whatever. So, hey, good night, Matthew. Thanks for joining us. So, I think I'll be heading off here pretty soon as well. So, thanks everyone for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the flattening of the bench here, even though we didn't get it fully flattened. But let me show you where we're at right now. We've got all these voids to fill again, and in here, there. And there. At the crack here. Put it in there, big void over there, and here and here. So, you can probably see the markings from with the router left, especially this one here. I'll have to sand those off, and I'll have to sand this off because I'm not wanting to lower it anymore, because in order to lower this more, I'd have to raise the whole thing up, because my plunge router won't go any lower with this, with the setup as it is. So, all right. So, good night, everybody. Good night, Kevin. Yeah, rested soldier is a better soldier. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. Good night, everybody. Good night, lady. Thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you next time.